Jedi Order and the Galactic Republic have prospered for centuries without war. But in the dark corners of the galaxy, a powerful few learn to use the Force in secret. One of them, a lone assassin, risks discovery to seek revenge. Alrighty. Wait, hey Max. Not bad. Hmm. You. Okay. Down she goes, it looks like. So long, Trinity. I have so much to do. Okay, so that was basically the intro. Deep breath. Focus on the now. Not the future, focus on now. You don't know what the future is. That's why it's so terrifying, especially when it's this uncertain. Trade Federation. Mag boots and everything. Grease scrubbers. We can hear you. Uh-oh. And so far, no, it hasn't been enough to distract me. Hey, Max. Ah, PTSD. Yod Fandar. she's a former Jedi. Alright, interesting. So why'd you kill her? If that's the only evidence, just one witness, then maybe. She might get, I mean, she could get away with it. Whoa, wait a minute. What just happened? I have to rewind that. So the timer's going to be off. Yeah, faith in the Jedi, enjoy prison. So what did he just do? Did he like speak binary or so, some like? Alrighty. Yep, they're all gonna die. Hey, baby. Her droid. Come here, bee. Okay, that was interesting. Okay, so Asha's trying to save him. Creepy. He's gonna leave without her. Yep. No good deed is no good deed goes unpunished. mean the ones that they got in the pods. So she survived the crash, of course. Very Hoth-like tones to it. The music right there in Karlak. Who might you be? May. Okie dokie. Interesting. Brendok. Place that Karlak must be connected to the dark side. Okie dokie. Interesting. Hmm. So May lives, inhabits her? Is May a dark side presence or something? You know, that helped distract me. That would be all. Yeah. Oh, okay. So did May possess her, or is May actually still alive and working as the dark side acolyte? Like, my brain is working overtime right now. You just went and screamed at me, and what does it matter? You're not gonna have a place. Yep, looks like May's still alive. Alright, time for episode 2. Nice music as always. Revenge slash justice. Yep, that explains the two-tiered episodes because there's two different perspectives for it because of the yeah. Now let's move on to the next one. And if you'll see the link, alright, so that link, if you want to use it, feel free. And hit play. Alright, good. Alright, so May is alive. Good to know. Olega. Local Jedi Temple. Kid, the Jedi places in a place for Jedi for fun and games. Now run along. This is your last warning. Nice. Interesting intro. Max. Max. Max, come here. Come on, Max. Come here, Max. Come here, Max. Come on, I need the support at the moment. I'm very emotionally fragile at the moment. they do? Hey, Alice. Interesting. I'd like to. Well, it'll be interesting to see what they do. And very interesting. Hi, sweetie. Well, that definitely shocked me. Because being all cute. Alice. 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 Yeah, good girl. Alice. Hi. Hi, Alice. Alice. Let me hear ya. There she is. Alice. Let's resume that. I'm 2 minutes behind. Sorry. My cat, Alice, distracted me. And this stream is also about. Creepy. I'm at the part where. Yeah. I mean, look at this. Look! Look at this belly. Hmm. Hopefully the faith ain't misplaced. To say the most generic thing I could say in that situation. He was disarming her. I'm never gonna learn what they did. There's no way she gets out of this. Okay, so how's she gonna eat out of it? Oh, come on. Not even a flashbang, just a smoke bomb. All I can think about is how I failed my cats and Hi, Alice. Ow, ow, gentle. Wookiee Jedi. Cool. Kofar. After this, I'm gonna take a quick bio break and make some ramen. A crashed ship. I bet there's a hyperdrive we can strip for parts. What does it say? How should I know? Cool. Nice tease for the next episode. back. So I'm gonna watch basically reaction to I'm interested
Check
in
out
what
this
they're
official
thinking about it.
trailer. We've got Acolyte coming soon, so be an official trailer for Alien Romulus. Really looking forward to this one. After that teaser trailer, I really don't need to see more, but I just couldn't resist.
It felt like with that first trailer, it is leaning more towards the horror elements that is, the first Alien. So I'm looking forward to that because, aliens can be horror.
And, I mean, it started out with horror, space
Yeah.
terror, and I want to get back to that space terror.
Yeah.
Fede Alvarez, we know, is really into blood if you saw that Evil Dead remake.
Yes.
So I'm assuming we're going to get a ton of that just from the teaser trailer that they showed us.
Right.
It's looking like they're setting it up to be a bloodbath. But we're going to check out this official trailer. We've got Acolyte coming soon, so be on the lookout for those reactions on our channel. But let's get into the official trailer for Alien Romulus.
Yeah, because this actually does look really good. I already watched the trailer and I just love
Is this really where you want to spend the rest of your life?
the audio effect that they're using to, yeah.
Then this is our only ticket out of here.
She was in Civil War.
I love that thumping during the trailer because I actually figured out what that was the first time I heard it. That's what it is.
Feels like
Yeah.
cracking, like an egg cracking.
Or a chest burster.
Or a chest, yeah.
Yep, exactly.
Like right there.
Oh.
Yep. Ooh.
What's happening?
Something in the water.
What do you mean there's something in the
They
water?
just want to hug you. Right in your face.
Strong.
Fucking thing's hunting us.
Oh, but then don't worry, come on.
Run.
Shit. Yeah.
That was awesome. Just the visuals.
Are you sure you want to do this?
No.
Was she floating about to float through acid? It's gonna be crazy.
That looks intense.
Just the visual
Yeah,
imagery. I
does.
love that the sound cut out. You got the high pitch, and they just relied on the visuals.
Yes.
It really was impactful. I got chills, honestly, watching that. And
They're
I'm
multiplying.
They are, very much so. And the aliens are multiplying. I mean, they're being hunted throughout the ship. And I don't remember her name, but the main character in this movie, I'm assuming the girl that was in Civil War, that's the first movie I ever saw her in. I thought she did a fantastic job in that. I'm excited to see her now in Alien Romulus. And it comes down to the hunt. It comes down to the terror. It comes down to the scares. And I feel like, it's really going to take us back to what a lot of us loved about Alien in the first place.
Granted, yes, I love Aliens because I love that, the way that James Cameron was able to bring that action-packed type of feel to Aliens. And I feel like it's a mixture of both for this one, that you are going to get that jam-packed type of movie, but more heavily on the horror elements as well.
Well, like in Aliens, the proximity sensor, they even use the sound in this one as well. The suspense in Aliens built up so much when it came to the aliens encroaching on the survivors. So if they do have that tech here, it's going to add that. It's like a ticking clock. And we had the same thing in the Alien movie when it came to Dallas. That was like the most suspenseful, when Dallas is running through crawling through the pipes trying to get away, and he just gets led right to where the alien is. Spoilers if you haven't seen Alien. I'm hoping for that, but amplified.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm going to make a comparison here, and I know some people are going to cringe and they're not going to like it. Alien Resurrection, I love how those survivors, and I know you haven't seen Alien Resurrection, so I'll keep it spoiler free, but it's a group of survivors trying to get to their ship to get off this bigger ship so they can escape. And one by one, they're being hunted as they're making their way back to the ship.
So Alien Resurrection had a good
Alien
idea.
Resurrection and the whole spectrum of the series
bad
of Alien films.
filling.
But I want to get something like this, claustrophobic. You saw that all the air gets sucked, all the oxygen gets sucked out, and they're just kind of floating there. And it kind of looked like she was floating, and there was alien blood, which is acid. Like, could you imagine floating through that and you can't stop it, and you're just going right through acid?
Yeah.
And I could be completely wrong because it's hard to see really what is going on.
Yeah, but that would be an insane take where you're just kind of
can't do nothing.
anticipating the, you're
it's going to happen. So
Your
yeah,
skin
you
falling
can't
off
stop
'cause
yourself.
acid.
But I'm excited for stuff like that. I want to see them get creative. The face huggers
Yes.
already. We've seen the face
Get creative.
huggers do some pretty crazy things in stuff like Alien versus Predator. I know another cringe that I'm comparing it to, but this is one that's kind of taking it again back to that
But
Alien
here's the thing,
series.
though, too. I feel like, yeah,
Original.
maybe certain things might have been cringe in those movies, but I'm sure there are moments in those movies that are like, hell yeah, that's
There is.
kind of a cool feature.
Absolutely.
So if they're able to take some of that stuff that you thought that was cool or that was, homage to that moment and bring it on into this story, but also make a really good story out of it, I feel like you got something on your hands.
It's true. And we know there's also an Alien series that's coming.
Yeah.
That's going to take place, I believe, on Earth. So we'll see how that works into the grand scheme of things. Scott Free obviously producing this because Ridley Scott has a hand in Alien forever. So I'm gonna assume that they're gonna try and keep this new story, or at least this new line of storytelling, consistent with the show. With this, they can happen in completely different areas at completely different times. Technically, all this can connect to Prometheus and all that if they wanted it to, but I know we're focused more on Alien and then moving on to this, since chronologically this is going to, from what I hear, take place after Alien before we get to Aliens.
Just
Okay.
getting ready.
That's what I hear. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong. But either way, what did you think of this trailer for Alien Romulus? Let us know in the comments below. You can also like and subscribe.
And do the thing on our Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr, Instagram, Discord.
All the social networking gin joints, you know where they are. Kick into the party, fuel the party, keep the party going on our Patreon. Thanks so much, and as always,
Now it's time to say goodbye.
this party is over.
Bye.
Bye. Alright. I honestly don't know which one it is. Betting it's that one. Why don't you just... Anyways.
We must break the will of our enemy and end this war.
Hey, my peers, what you watching?
Unlike everything else, this will work here.
This stand-up, Deborah Vance.
Ready? Let me...
Love her. I guess someone made a supercut of all her shitty racist jokes.
What?
The network canceled your test show.
No, why?
Okay, there we go. Just getting everything synced up. Alright, I'm gonna eat, so. I love the two of them. Their friendship is just, yeah. Oh, I know her. She's from Supernatural and a bunch of other stuff. Pepperoni stick? No, what's interesting. Interesting, very interesting. So it'll show the preview, but nothing after that. Oh boy. Oh no. What did you do? Oh my god. Wow. Moved your dead parents without telling her. very easy at all. See, when it's her choice, it definitely makes it different. Wow. It's good he's going. It's good he's going. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. She's terrible. Oh god. She was the funny one because everyone was always laughing at her. Ooh. Ooh, nice. And now you want him more than ever. Who would I cast as Kitty Pryde? Hmm. Ooh. Control luck. Yep. Oof. Especially nowadays. Good talk. You shouldn't be telling people that. Okay. And of course she starts to use it. Ooh, nice choices there. Very solid picks. Yeah, yeah, I could definitely see her nailing like her own Blanchard, definitely. She's having second. Oh god, she's having second thoughts, isn't she? Oof. Yeah. Ooh, interesting. Nice, Ava. Wow. Uh-oh. Deborah has full hiring power and she's not changing. Ooh, because Deborah's second guessing herself. You're assuming things. It's one of the worst things that we can do. Oh, Deborah. Oh. Yep. Oh, yes, it is. Uh-oh. Oof. Yep, I'm definitely Ava. Oh, I love this scene. Oof. God, this show's brilliant. I'm watching Hacks right now. Yep, that she is. Oof. Twist in the dagger. Nice. Good going, Ava. Yeah, but you have to respect her for that. That's your biggest problem. Oh, are they pivoting the relationship? This should be interesting. Oh. Oh, next season's gonna be good. Alright. Oh wait, that's right. There's behind the scenes stuff. And hacks definitely distracted me. Can't believe she moved her parents' graves. Good for Kathy. Still love that. Oh man. They are. They came in. Yeah, that's why this season was so terrible. I mean, this third season of Hacks is completely other level than the first two. It's on X Men season. It's on X Men '97 season one level. And strangely enough, that's. I mean, yeah. Yep. Yeah, this third season of Hacks. Ugh, dear God. Next to Smiling Friends. I've got 2 episodes of that to catch up on. Eh, come on. Devereaux's not. No. Well done. Yep. Oh, God, I can't wait to season 4. Maybe I'll watch Fallout later. We'll do that after this. I'm on episode 4 of my rewatch of that. Yeah, I'm just gonna rewatch all of the Smiling Friends. watch all 5. I've still have to watch episode 4 and 5, so I'm just gonna go and start from the beginning because these are only 15 minutes a piece. This will definitely be distracting for about an hour. love the meshing of the animation styles. Yeah, let's. Alright. Multiverses be Smash Brothers, whatever. Nope, not season one, season two. And that's the episode already. 11 minutes. God, this show's short. Yeah, this show definitely helps distract me. Mr. President. Politics is involved in every facet of your life, whether you want it to be or not. Sadly. I love how the president's just an actual guy, an actual actor. Check the news, it doesn't matter what channel. Nope, you just emboldened him. Yeah, let's. Come on. Hi. God. Oh, God. God. Yeah. I love that he did. We don't even hear what his point is. On to to episode 3. By the time I even change this, it's already it's like already partway over. matches so that I can catch up. It's another 12 seconds. Yeah. Nice, Alan. Now we got Bigfoot. God, the amount of stuff that they fit into each episode is insane. I mean, dear God. Well, now we've got an undead pirate killing Bigfoot and running off the paper clips. And all of this just to get him back to his apartment complex. Now he commits Sudoku. And of course, the guy's not actually dead. God, these episodes go by so freaking fast. Ah! Oh, wow. What the? Brittany? Alright. Mm. Husband and demon. So Mr. Boss married a demon. Alrighty. Oh my god. But everybody knows Gleb hates gardening. Creepy. And she has wings. Of course she does. Yeah. Because of the eyeball. Oh my god. Yeah. Philia Diabolus, which means daughter of Satan. Gasp. Oh my god. That's brilliant. They got a YouTuber to actually make this. Like this is a I recognize this YouTuber. Yeah. Dr. Monster. Wow. Okay, that was an awesome. Mr. Boss looks dead. Yeah. God, they have some good scares in this. Oh God. Halloween episode. Okay, that was good. Well, that's one way to open an episode. What the heck? Oh my God. Schrodinger box. God's hitting home. Yeah. God, they're just genius with the animation stuff that they do. God. Show's nuts. Alright, now to YouTube. And there are a couple to get to do. Surreal.
What the hell do you want?
Yeah, I wouldn't have looked away. unsettling. Been creepy if they didn't show what she was looking at right here and she was just like smiling and everything. Yeah. Ugh. Actually, I definitely prefer this one.
In April of 2012, L.S. Riley was having nightmares. He'd always been a night person, staying up well after his roommate had fallen asleep, but now he had even more of a reason to stay out of bed. Riley had once heard someone say that fresh air was the best way to chase the demons away, so he started taking night walks to avoid the terrors in his sleep. But Riley was about to learn a hard lesson. The worst nightmares are the ones that come for you while you're wide awake. This is the story of the smiling man. What happened? Who is he? And why are some smiles so creepy? And most importantly, how could you survive an encounter with him? There's only one way to find out. Like we said, Riley had a habit of taking nighttime walks. He lived downtown in a major U.S. city, and he'd been taking his nocturnal strolls around town for 4 years without any kind of incident. He'd once joked to a friend of his that in this city, even the drug dealers were polite. Maybe that's why he let his guard down the one night he needed it most. It was Wednesday, a little after 1 a.m. Riley was walking further away from his apartment than he usually would. He was at a police-patrolled park, normally as safe as your backyard. He noticed that the whole town seemed unusually dead tonight. He hadn't seen anyone during the entire duration of his walk. But as he rounded the corner into a small, dark side street, that was all about to change. In the distance, he saw the silhouette of a tall, lanky man dancing. It was a kind of odd, loping waltz, somewhere between a dance and a walk. There was something off about the man, something uncanny. Riley shooed away the irrational fears and figured the guy had probably just a few too many drinks at the local bar. He walked out onto the road to give the stranger some more space on the sidewalk, but as the two got closer, Riley realized he'd made a mistake. The man was moving a little too gracefully to be drunk. He was dressed in an old suit, his face craned up, looking at the night sky. Riley noticed his eyes were practically bugging out of his head, and most notably, he was wearing a wide, toothy smile. The kind of smile that almost looks like it hurts, a creepy cartoon grin. Riley crossed the street to give the smiling man a wide berth, but as the man stopped, perfectly parallel with him across the street, he was looking in Riley's direction, still facing skyward. Riley kept him moving, wanting to put as much distance between them as possible. A block later, and he looked over his shoulder and saw the smiling man crouched in the shadows a few feet behind him, still grinning, baring his teeth like a predator. Riley was frozen as the smiling man rose to his feet and began waltzing toward him, faster than any person should be able to. He was in grabbing distance when the smiling man stopped in front of him. Terrified, Riley choked out a desperate noise. He wanted to sound intimidating. Instead, he sounded terrified. But Riley got lucky. The smiling man turned tail and began waltzing off in the other direction. Riley got moving again. He was closer to his apartment. He just needed to get inside, and then he'd be safe. But that's when he heard the footsteps behind him, pounding at the asphalt. He turned and saw the smiling man sprinting toward him like a maniac, eyes bulging, smile still freakishly wide. Lucky for Riley, perhaps because of the fear and adrenaline, he could run faster. He sprinted until his legs burned and he was finally able to lose the smiling man. He returned to his apartment that night, traumatized but still alive. He lived in that city for 6 months after that, but never took a nighttime walk again. The nightmares in his head had nothing on the nightmare he encountered on the streets that night. Riley knew from something in the man's face that he wasn't drunk and he wasn't high. He was truly dangerously insane, and Riley had been lucky to escape with his life. Riley posted this story on the r/Let's Not Meet subreddit, a place for people to post real frightening encounters they'd had with strange people across the globe. It seemed like a freaky, isolated incident, but as it turns out, Ellis Riley was only one of many people who had terrifying encounters with the smiling man. He was just the person to finally give it a name. In fact, so many people out there had their own experience with this terrifying, grinning phantom that they started the r/The Smiling Man subreddit to share their experiences. A user named Pop-Tart Muncher relayed a terrifying encounter outside his home. He saw a distant, waltzing figure as he was pulling into his driveway, and then when he got out of his car and began walking toward his house, the figure broke into a frantic sprint, just like in Riley's story. Pop-Tart Muncher ran into his home in a panic, locking all the doors and windows. That's when the smiling man appeared at his front door, trying to slide it open, his face pressed up against the glass. He grinned and hissed out the words, "I'll be back for you," before waltzing away. Another user with the appropriate handle, Grinning Man Watching, had the smiling man appear outside of his home in the dead of night. He lived in an isolated farmhouse out in the woods, so when an unusually tall, grinning creep appeared in his yard, staring in through the windows, he knew that nobody was coming to help him. He was just lucky that the smiling man wasn't able to enter his home that night, and eventually decided to waltz off of the property. Things could have gone a hell of a lot worse. A former Smiling Man skeptic with the username Anonymy13 had the closest encounter yet. While outside his home, he saw the Smiling Man appear and began waltzing toward him. He looked so terrifying and unnatural that Anonymy literally collapsed to the floor as he approached. The Smiling Man crouched over him and leaned in so far their faces were almost touching. Anonymy described feeling the man's breath on his skin. It was cold, like a winter breeze. He got lucky, and the Smiling Man let him go. He was able to get up, limp back into his home, and shut the monster out. The subreddit moderator, a user called Heck65, studied all the entries on the subreddit to extrapolate the best description of the Smiling Man. He's always above 6 feet tall, often wearing an old-fashioned suit and sometimes a small hat. He often looks up at the sky and can be identified immediately from his strange waltzing gait. Many of the stories seem to come from the state of Iowa. and he typically stalks dark streets and isolated homes. And of course, he's never seen without his wide, unnatural smile. So who or what is the Smiling Man? He's become the stuff of internet legend, and fans have drawn parallels with a number of popular creepypastas. These include Smile Dog, the classic tale of an image believed by many to be pure evil. If you haven't seen our video on Smile Dog already, the gist is it's an image of a Siberian husky with a wide, demonic, human smile. Anyone who sees the image is haunted in their dreams by the monster, encouraging them to spread the word and infect more victims by showing them the photo. Another similar creepypasta often associated with the Smiling Man is the Grinning Man. In this story, the narrator's friend dies a horrible death. The only lead on what might have caused it is an email he received containing a photo of a grinning face and the trigger word desperation. Exposure to this is believed to cause violent insanity in victims. However, this isn't the only Grinning Man often associated with the monster we're covering in this video. And if the connection holds water, the Smiling Man may have been around for a lot longer than we thought. The town of Point Pleasant, West Virginia is no stranger to weirdness. If the name is familiar to you, it's because it's where the legendary Mothman was first sighted. But a lesser-known monster was also sighted here by a sewing machine salesman named Woodrow Woody Derenberger in 1966. Woody was driving along a hill just outside Parkersburg on Interstate 77 when he encountered a strange vehicle. It almost looked like a giant oil lamp traveling toward him on the road. He pulled over in sheer confusion, and that's when a hatch in the vehicle opened and someone stepped out. He was a strange man with a dark overcoat and an unseasonably dark tan. But the strangest thing of all was his freakishly wide grin. The man identified himself to Woody as Indrid Cold and told him that this would be the first of several encounters. But Woody reported that Cold's grin didn't shift once during this conversation. He was speaking telepathically. He even encouraged Woody to share the story with the authorities before climbing back into his strange vehicle and disappearing. Two other men reported a similar experience that same night, describing the grinning Cold disembarking from his craft and asking them strange questions. Cold kept his word and met up with Woody several times after that. He told the sewing machine salesman that he was an alien from a planet named Lanulos, simply visiting Earth. The 1960s were a real heyday for mysterious grinning figures. A few weeks before Indrid Cold allegedly appeared in West Virginia, two young boys, James Yanchitis and Martin Mouse Munoz, encountered a similar figure in Elizabeth, New Jersey. Both boys claimed to have spotted the strangest man they ever saw standing behind a chain-link fence. He didn't say a word, he just stood there, freakishly tall and grinning like a maniac. That certainly sounds like the Smiling Man to us. Nobody could blame you for feeling freaked out right now. Is he an alien, a monster, or demon, or just a dangerous smiling lunatic? And why is a smile, a facial expression meant to indicate happiness, so disturbing in the right context? According to a research study performed by the University of Minnesota, it all depends on the type of smile. The study aimed to find out what makes a smile seem likable and what makes a smile seem creepy or off-putting. The study found that the following features were often associated with the creepy and threatening smile: being too wide, showing too many teeth, and conforming to a V shape. Sound familiar? According to a meta-study published by the BBC, there are 19 different types of smile, each one communicating something different. The Smiling Man's signature grin seems closest to what the article calls angry enjoyment smile. These wide, fixed grins often indicate a malicious intent, a kind of sick joy in hurting others. That's why it's often applied to frightening villains, from Jack Torrance to the Joker, and the Smiling Man is no exception. Sometimes a smile like that of the Smiling Man can indicate sickness and disease. The rare disease Rhesus sardonicus, often associated with tetanus and Wilson's disease, can cause facial muscle spasms that force the face into a malicious smile, or rictus grin. This definitely sounds like the Smiling Man's painful-looking cartoon grin. Finally, how can you hope to avoid the Smiling Man? Well, according to the Smiling Man subreddit, your best bet is to avoid going out at night, especially if you live in a quiet or isolated area. Keep your doors and windows locked, and if you ever encounter the Smiling Man himself, don't make a noise and get out of the area as quickly as possible. The Smiling Man could be anywhere now, perhaps even a little closer than you think. Now check out Scary Urban Legends that'll keep you up at night and True Scary Stories. Try Not to Get Scared Challenge 2019 for more terrifying videos. Lance eyed the woods outside the moving car nervously. The rest of the group, 3 guys and 2 girls, would never admit they were afraid, and Lance had to work extra hard to not show the fear on his face. It's not that he was a coward by any means. He was on practically every sport team his high school had. It was just something about these woods, and the deeper into them the car penetrated, the more unsettling Lance felt. They shouldn't be here. Like many bored teens on a Saturday night a few weeks before Halloween, Lance and his friends had decided to explore some of the creepy local urban legends for themselves. Living in eastern Georgia, there was no shortage. Everything from old haunted slave shacks that were still standing to mysteriously abandoned cabins deep in the swamps. In Lance's hometown, though, there was one legend that topped them all: Crybaby Bridge, a small rickety wooden bridge crossing over a creek. The bridge itself was nothing spectacular.
I'm gonna pause this because Yeah, this is actually kind of a idea that I had a while ago about how to go and separate the X-Men from Krakoa. This is in line with that. Oh wow, very interesting. See, this is works. Like, yeah. See, this makes sense. that they're doing this with Apocalypse. Interesting that they went this route with Apocalypse. basically a lot like the gargoyles. Wow. There are a lot of similarities between how Cocoon Age ended and the Gargoyles animated series. Acceptable. And skipping the Nightcrawler side story. An unmarked cell in a building with no street address. A prisoner who wants to be forgotten.
A silver lining in the death of stars. A silver lining in the death of stars. The red lights are only making the pain worse. It's an immense, earth-shattering pain in my midsection and in my head. I try to move, but I can't. I try to speak, but I can't do that either. It hurts so much, and my voice obeys me no more than my joints or my muscles or my bones or my mind. And yet there's movement. I can feel myself being lifted up and placed on something. A bed, maybe? No, a gurney. All right, one of the EMTs says. Then several others then roll me into the back of an ambulance and climb in behind me. But I'm already fading fast and feeling an inexplicable heat by the time the doors are shut. One EMT, a blonde woman, shoots me a curious look just as I'm slipping away and says out loud,
"Wait, I think I know we're made of that stuff, right?"
I turn around and there's a woman there, red-haired, about my age, give or take. She's alarmingly beautiful, but how long she'd been staring at the exhibit alongside me, I had no idea. I'm sorry?
I said, "You know we're made of that stuff, right?"
She nodded at the museum wall, which depicted in detail the births and life cycle and deaths of stars. I pursed my lips. We're made of stars?
Yep. Isn't it awesome?
She stepped up beside me and moved her arm across the diagram as she spoke.
I just watched a documentary about it last night. Stars are just fusion factories, held together by their own gravity. They start fusing hydrogen to helium, and then they keep going, on and on, fusing heavier and heavier elements until they're fusing the heaviest stuff. Then they exhaust their fuel and collapse under their own weight. And they blow off their outer layers and pretty much shower the galaxy with all these random elements, some of which are eventually used to create life.
Huh.
Yeah. I'm Robin, by the way.
She extended her hand and I shook it. Hey, Brian, nice to meet you. There was an awkward pause before I said, all right, I got one for you. If you replace the sun with a black hole, what would happen?
Depends on its mass.
Nope. The answer is, drumroll please, nothing. Well, I mean everything would get dark and cold, but we wouldn't fall in. The Earth's orbit would remain entirely unaffected.
If the black hole had the same mass as the sun.
What?
What you said would only be true if the black hole in question happened to have the same mass as the sun. Which it wouldn't, because the sun isn't massive enough to collapse into a black hole.
Oh, damn.
Yep. Me 1, you 0. Sorry, pal.
All right. You're on. Whoever gets the most points by closing time buys drinks. She smiled at that and punched me in the shoulder, just light enough not to sting.
All right, loser. Come on.
The EMC says there's a flurry of activity around me, and there are voices too, and blinding lights, and a cooling down on that monstrous heat. One of the paramedics is looking me over. Then he looks to another colleague, the blonde woman, and shakes his head slowly. This one's gone, Rachel. But then she continues running tests, running diagrams, placing a soft hand on my arm in case I'm awake enough to appreciate the comfort. I am, barely, and that heat is coming right on back as I do.
Not yet, he's not.
She says. There's pain in her voice that she does her fruitless best to conceal.
I already lost one earlier, Todd. I'm not losing another one,
Robin said, and I laughed and agreed, and we rushed to the back of the line. See? I told you you'd like Ferris wheels. Can't believe you've never been on one before today. She shrugged.
Never thought they were as extreme as roller coasters, so I wasn't interested.
Well, they're not supposed to be extreme. Ferris wheels are for all the parents waiting for their kids and for sick people trying to relax their stomachs so they don't puke funnel cake all over the pavement.
Pleasant story to
And
tell yourself
adorable
while you're
young
dying.
couples, apparently.
And just then, we were waved to the next seat. We sat ourselves down, and moments later, the great wheel began to groan and protest, and finally, to turn. It dragged our car around its underside and then lifted it up to the top of its crest, where we could see the whole city at twilight, and the ships in the harbor that were backlit red with the setting sun, and the clouds that were lined at their tops with just a little bit of starlight. Robin snuggled up next to me and put her head on my shoulder, and I put my arm around her waist. For a moment then, I could have sworn the empty seat in front of us moved of its own accord, and furrowed my brow, but then Robin spoke.
Thank you for being here with me,
she said. I didn't respond with words. I just kissed her on the head and held her tight as the wheel began taking us. Down on the 1800 block of Guardsdale, one of the EMTs said. Yeah, another one, I know. It's a hell of a fucking night, isn't it? The conversation is muffled again in short order. I'm drifting in and out, but the jostling of the room and the sound of the engine tells me that we're still in the ambulance. The other paramedics, for their part, continue running tests and checking my vitals, and as they work, I try to remember what happened, but it hurts. Damn it, does it hurt? Almost as much as that rushing heat, and the effort is further disrupted when the ambulance hits a bump in the road and I nearly spill out of the gurney. But Rachel puts her steady hand on my chest and says,
Hang in there, Brian. We're almost there.
Robin pointed at the interstate ramp, and I took the turn and put St. Thomas Vineyard away in the rear view. I still can't believe Mason got married, I said. He's only known that girl for what, a year? Less? Robin shrugged.
They were in love.
Well, they hardly know each other. They don't even know if whatever they're feeling is genuine, lifelong love or just new relationship googly eyes that hasn't worn off yet. I guarantee it. And I'll put money on this. They'll be done within a year. Just watch.
You don't know that,
she said. There was a brief pause, and she added,
We've been dating for 2 years.
So?
So, how far off do you think we are?
I shrugged. I don't know. I haven't really thought about it.
You haven't thought about it? At all?
Well, I mean, of course I've thought about it. I just... I don't know if we're ready, you know? I looked over at her, but she just stared out at the rain with her chin in her palm. So I continued. Well, think about it like this. People prepare their whole lives for jobs, right? They start going to school as soon as they can talk, and they're not done until they're in their 20s. And it's also they can get a piece of paper that says, hey, hire my ass. Now, I'm smart enough to work, but marriage? Nobody trains for that shit. People just hook up and say, hey, we're 25, 28, you're cute, I'm cute, let's spend $15,000 on a giant ceremony and then live as glorified roommates for 5 years until we're both fat and hate each other and get divorced because neither of us knew or cared how much work this thing would require. There was a long pause then, before she said, with a degree of seriousness I wasn't in the least bit prepared for.
Is that where you think we're headed? Glorified roommates?
Quickly, I calculated an avenue of retreat, but I calculated wrong. No, not you, I said. Not us. I mean, most people. You know, like, most people just dive in and either get divorced or stick it out until someone gets heart disease. The divorce rate is more than 50% now in the U.S., but the I don't love you anymore rate? Shit, that's gotta be close to 90 by the time everyone hits middle age. I just want to make sure you're the right person, you know? If ever there were words I wish I could have taken back, were those 12. But I saw her reflection in the window, and the little tear that welled up in the corner of her eye said more than words ever could. Listen, that came out wrong. I just meant...
Can you drop me off at my car, please?
Well, I thought you wanted to come over.
I don't feel good. Please?
We drove in silence for a while, as the rain picked up its pace and fell in sheets and torrents. After another 20 minutes, I made the turn onto my street and parked. Once I did, she got out without so much as a glance and walked across the road to her own car. I ran to follow. Robin, wait! I grabbed her lightly by the arm. It was slick with rainwater. Come on, talk to me, please.
What do you want?
I blinked. I just want you to talk to me. I just...
No, I mean with us. Where do you want this to go?
Where do I want this to go? I want to be with you. Listen, I didn't mean to imply that. I didn't mean to imply that I don't want that. I just want us to be smart about it, you know?
Well, maybe love isn't something you can calculate on a fucking spreadsheet, Brian.
She was shouting over the cacophony of the storm.
Maybe it's just this thing you feel, you know? And maybe it doesn't make any damn logical sense. Maybe it's not supposed to. But that's part of what makes it special. It's an adventure. It's a jump off a cliff with me type of thing. And yeah, sure. Not everyone survives the fall, I guess. But if you find the right person, then...
A jump off the cliff with me type of adventure? Come on, Robin. We're not writing a damn dating website profile here. This is real life. There are kids involved, and finances, and buying a house, and mortgages, and all that shit. Not every day is some cute little romance comedy. This is half your life we're talking about. 2/3 even, okay? All I meant is that you have to be more prepared for it.
I thought we were prepared.
What do you mean? She dug through her purse for a moment, and then held up a ring that was brilliant, even when covered in the rain. I felt my heart skip at least a full beat. Is that,
It was my mom's. She gave it to me before she died. She said, "Find your partner in crime, Robin. Find someone who will sweep you off your feet and jump off a cliff with you."
And there was a pause before she added,
And at the time she said it, I thought I knew exactly who that person was.
I tried for a moment, but I knew beyond the shadow of a doubt that there was no combination of words in the English language that could be strung together to write this shit.
Goodbye, Brian.
She kissed me on the cheek, rubbed the back of her hand down it. Then she turned and got in her Civic and drove off, till I couldn't see her taillights at all through the pouring of the... Rain's coming down hard, boys, another of the EMTs said. Careful when you unload them. There were grunts of acknowledgement, and then the back of the ambulance flew open, and the sound of the storm utterly exploded into it. I felt the rush of wind and the rain pelting my skin in sheets, and together they helped a bit with the oncoming heat that still I couldn't place. And then I felt movement. The gurney dipped and hit the pavement while the paramedics held me down. Then there were shouts and lights and running feet, and then the hospital door. "Open?" I shouted. The man behind the counter shot me a look, but I shouted it again over the sound of the rainfall through the glass. "I said, are you open?" And then he pointed at the sign saying the opposite and went back to reading. But I wasn't taking no for an answer. I dug my wallet and pulled out 20 from the fold and slapped it flat up against the glass. Within seconds, the paper was soaked with rainwater, but it got his attention. He rolled his eyes, and the door clicked and whirred and slid open. "Make it quick, man." I know, I will. Thank you so much." I ran down the aisles, and then, true to my word, made it back to the counter in less than a minute. The man put down his book and proceeded the sale. "Date night?" he said, as he bagged the card after the flowers. I smiled a bit. Something like that. And then I thanked him and ran back out to my car, got inside, and took the card and scribbled on the inner sleeve the words, "Jump off a cliff." A doctor running alongside the cart motioned some nurses in the hall, and they ran to follow. He turns to the EMTs. "Is he stable?" "He's slipping, heart rate's falling, breathing slowing, not good. Mumbled something about being too hot earlier, but if anything, his temperature's too low." Someone shows the doctor a chart. He reads it as he runs. His face is grim. "Shit. All right, let's move!" I shout at the car I'm passing. "Just a little rain, assholes!" But it wasn't. It was a lot of rain. Sheets and buckets and torrents of it. In fact, it had long since turned to dirt and mud, and it swept up against my windshield like ocean surf, and the road was slick with little rivers that ran on down past the pebbles. I was going far, far too fast for such conditions, but I didn't care about that, the doctor said. "I just want to get his fluids up, Rachel." The woman from the ambulance runs up to discuss my condition in harsh whispers with the doctor as I fade. And as the damn heat floods back in, it becomes impossible to hear what they're saying, but it's abundantly clear from the body language that she hasn't given up hope for a reunion with these guys. Well, Bolin and Snake say they aren't against it entirely, so that doesn't bode well, but On the other hand, Sebastian said on multiple occasions that he's willing to do it for the fans. And look what happened with Guns N' Roses a few years ago. Nobody would have thought that they'd ever get back together. I switched the radio off, and then wrapped both hands around the wheel with such force the knuckles turned white on the grip. The car hit 70 miles per hour, 75, 79. The windshield wipers were flying, but they weren't going fast enough to... Fuck! I slammed my foot on the brakes as the lights of the activity on the road came out of nowhere from the rain. The car jolted and shuddered and fought for traction with the pavement, and I felt the tires squeal and metal of the car grind and...
Protest.
I don't care if he wants protest. The doctor snaps back. You tell him to wait in the damn lobby like everyone else. The nurse accepts her orders and heads back out the hallway.
I'm sorry, sir. You can't see him until...
Until what? That's my son in there! That's my son! That's... And then there's a scuffle of feet and more shouts as a security guard drags my father from the wing. Rachel pauses as she hears the shouts, and then her eyes well up a bit with tears. She looks at my face and appears to realize something, but she doesn't say what. The shouts continue, but they fade, and so do I. And in comes the heat as I do. That's my son! That's my boy! Let me see my boy! Stop! Please! Stop! The police had both hands up as my car barreled towards him. Stop! Stop the car! Finally, there was a jolt and a shudder as the tires gained control at last, and the car slammed to a halt. Both the officer and I sighed in relief. Then he approached the window and tapped the glass with his knuckles. I lowered it. I shouted over the rain. I'm sorry, roads are crazy out here. You okay? He ignored the question. I'm gonna need you to sit here for a bit, okay? Just until the accident's cleared up. The accident? It's bad. He nodded in the direction of the wreckage, and then he said again, just sit tight, we'll wave you over when there's a lane open. And then he ran off into the storm. I scanned the scene. There was a man on the side of the road, sitting on the pavement with a poncho for the rainfall and his head in his hands. His SUV was totaled. The front end was bent and twisted and hideously mangled, but the other car was in far, far worse shape than that. I squinted hard and could only make out the panels of white amidst the charred black chunks of metal and the force of the rain, but it was enough. It was a Civic. Oh, God. Oh, God. No, 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 no. I got out of the car and left the door hanging open in the rain, and then I ran forward, at least until the officer caught sight of me and ran back over and grabbed me by the shoulder. Hey, he said, I told you to wait in your car. What are you... Robin! I shouted over the rain. Robin! And then I saw it. A fleeting glimpse of movement. A white sheet flipped on a gurney. A strand of red hair fell from the right side and hung there as the EMTs carted away a body. Robin! I screamed. That's my girl! That's my girl! The officer was confused and stunned and did the only thing he could think to do. He dragged me back to my car. No, stop! I was inconsolable, but in no shape at all to resist. Stop, please! That's my girl! Let me see my girl, please! Stop! One of the EMTs, covered in blood from the waist up, turned to look at the spectacle, but then someone shouted her name. Rachel, the doctor says. You with us or what? Let's go. She blinks as she stares at me, and then says,
Yeah, sorry. I just realized this guy was...
Just get the charcoal, please. We don't have time. And she does. She runs off to fetch exactly that. Then I feel a hideously invasive sensation. A tube is being placed in my nose, and I feel it falling down into my throat. I'm too weak to gag, but I somehow manage to clench my fist. A nurse sees the movement, and he holds me down to steady me. Whoa, 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 you okay, man? My roommate stumbled back as I threw open the door. I charged past him. You're coming in hot, he said. You good, bro? But I ignored him. I went to the bathroom and leaned up against the sink for a long moment. I grabbed my temples and set my jaw and sobbed without a sound, aching and racking, heaving sobs. I heard a knock. Hey, man, you good? Dude, anything I can, get for you, or... I'm fine. I managed. It wasn't convincing in the slightest, but I didn't care. I opened up my phone. There was a text from Robin there, from this morning. It read, I love you. And they were all at once the most beautiful and painful words that I'd ever heard. I love you. I love you too. I'm coming. Hang on, baby. I'm coming. Then I backed out. I found my dad in my contacts list and typed, I love you, Dad. Moments later, I got a response. I love you too, son. You okay? But I ignored it, and I threw open the cupboard and grabbed an old
bottle of pills.
A nurse said.
Swallowed the whole damn thing. Lucky his roommate called it in when he did.
But the doctor is incredulous. Well, that remains to be seen now, doesn't it? Then he turns to the door. Rach, she pushes it open with her elbows before he finishes.
I got it. I'm here.
All right. Fingers crossed, people. Let's see if we can save a psycho. There are isolated chuckles. Rachel, though, almost snaps at her superior for the insult, but then someone says, "Here we go." Then there's thick, wretched black stuff funneling down the tube and down into my throat. I'm almost desperate enough, but not quite strong enough to resist, and I can feel it sliding and hitting the bottom, pumping and pulsing. My heart rate is erratic, my breathing is erratic, my ability to comprehend this situation is every bit as erratic. I struggle as much as I can against the restraints, but all my struggles and all my strength of arms musters up no more than the faintest whimper. But Rachel hears it. She moves to my side, she holds my head and says, in enough of a whisper that I can only hear the words,
"Don't follow her, Brian. Don't follow her. Please, Jesus, I need him here. I need this win."
But I again fade all the same. One by one, as the spikes on the EKG slow to sporadic pulses, and I can see the nurses turn to each other and shake their heads. One by one. That is, until there is only a trembling Rachel there. And she's holding on for me tight enough for everyone in the room. "Call it," the doctor says. Just as the darkness swirls in and I feel I'm starting to fall away, the conversation carries on as I pass. 2:32 a.m., one nurse says. But I can hear Rachel screaming in protest.
"No, he's not gone. There's still time. There's still time to save him."
But she's wrong. I'm already gone. Her voice and her face, those things are behind me as I pass. They're fading away in the darkness that's consuming me and swallowing me whole and throwing me to the winds. And just when the magnitude of the situation dawns on me, then comes the heat. There are monstrous amounts of it. It rips and tears and scorches and scalds. And had I the ability to scream out or even breathe, I would have done so until my throat was hoarse. But then there is a new pain. A different pain. A hand reaches out of the blackness and it grabs my left side forearm with such mighty force, the resulting pain eclipses that of the heat, and the nails of that hand rip through the flesh, and then I'm being pulled. And there's a rushing wind. It's so cool and refreshing and beautiful, and suddenly I'm somewhere else entirely. I blinked. The darkness was gone, and the heat with it, and that sensation of being devoured instead. Those things had been replaced with starlit clouds as far off in every direction as the eye could see. But my arm stung like hell all the same. I looked at it, and there were nail marks. I saw 4 deep cuts beneath the inner wrist and a 5th on the side in the shape of a hand. They bled a bit, and then I heard an all too familiar voice.
"You okay?"
I stood up slowly, and I turned, holding my damn stinging arm while I did, and said, Robin, what was that? That darkness, and the heat, and the...
"It's where you would have spent your eternity, Brian, had I not pulled you out."
I had no words other than the weakest... Thanks?
"You know,"
she said, holding her own arm,
"suicide's not exactly what I meant by jumping off a cliff."
I blinked again and took a long, deep breath. Yeah, I guess I didn't think things through.
"Not sure you fully realize how much of an understatement that is."
Maybe I don't, but you know what? I'd do it again. Robin, I'm serious. She nearly rolled her eyes, but I doubled down on the sentiment. What I said out there on my street, I'm sorry. I mean it, I'm sorry. You were right. Love isn't about taxes or headaches or just tolerating each other until we're 70. It's like your mom said. It's about sweeping your girl off your feet. It's about jumping over cliffs with someone and not knowing where you'll land and not caring as long as you get there together. And if this is where we land, wherever this is, I'm okay with that. And I leaned in for a kiss. But she stopped me with her hand before it landed, and I opened my eyes.
I can tell you've been working on that speech for a while.
Over and over again in my head until I got to the scene of the wreck. I looked at the ground and then back up at her, and I realized right then that if you fucking left Earth itself, then I would too. So here
I was wrong too.
She cut me off. What do you mean?
About love. I was wrong. My mother was wrong. It's not just about crap you see in rom-coms and greeting cards, Brian.
Again, I blinked. Well, I know that. I know it's something you feel in your heart that defies logic and reason. It's not something you can put on a spreadsheet, like you said earlier. She sighed a bit and then said,
Can I show you something?
I guess so, sure. And then she took my hand, and infinity rolled in and faded back out. And all of a sudden, we were somewhere else entirely. Are we?
On the Ferris wheel? Yep. Turn around.
I did, and there we were. Past Robin, past me, on the seat above and behind us. I remembered it like yesterday. We were staring out at the whole city at twilight, and the ships in the harbor that were backlit with red with the setting sun, and the clouds that were lined at their top with just a little bit of starlight. I rustled in my seat a bit, and it moved. And past me saw it, and looked like he was about to speak. Before he did, past Robin said,
Thank you for being here with me.
And got a kiss on the head.
What do you see?
Robin said. Us. A year ago and change. I remember that day like it was yesterday. Your mom had just died, so I took you here to get your mind off things.
You did. That was the first day in months I'd felt truly safe and truly at peace. That was love.
I know it was, and I still love you. Just this...
It's a kind of love,
she said, cutting me off again.
And it's absolutely beautiful when it lasts. But can I show you something else?
Yeah, okay. She took my hand again, and again infinity itself rolled in and out like the tide, and then we were somewhere else. The hospital. It looked like St. Joseph's.
What do you see here?
I looked around. Nurses running up and down the hallway, doctors reviewing notes and talking to their patients. I don't know, a hospital? She nodded in the direction of a particular room.
Look in there.
So I did. There was a woman on the cot. She was emaciated and hairless and deathly frail, and the doctors inside were shutting off the last of the machines. A dying woman? I said. Looks like cancer.
Yep. And what about there?
I looked down. There was a nurse crouched down in front of the same door, talking to a girl, 8 or 9 years old, if I had to guess, in silly voices. The girl had been crying, but the nurse managed to make her smile a bit, even as her mother died on the other side of the door. It looks like the nurse is comforting a little girl.
That's right.
Robin said.
And that little girl will remember that nurse for the rest of her life. Even if they never meet again, or so much as exchange names, as the lady who came to her in her darkest hour and made her smile.
She turned to me.
That's love too. Just as beautiful and just as precious as what we had.
What's your point? She didn't answer. She just stuck out her hand with a sad smile, and I took it. Infinity faded in and back out a third time, and then we were in the waiting room.
See that?
Robin pointed to the corner of the room, and I squinted. Oh, hey, what's Dylan doing here?
He called the ambulance when you didn't come out of the bathroom,
she said.
He knew something was wrong, and when they drove you off, he followed them here. Been standing there ever since, asking for information on you every time a nurse walks by. He's starting to annoy them.
I watched my roommate for a bit, and sure enough, he grabbed the nurse and asked her the question I couldn't hear. She said something pleasantly dismissive, and he nodded. Then he leaned his head back up against the wall and closed his eyes. Whoa, I had no idea he cared that much.
That's love too, Brian. Would you do the same for him?
But she held out her hand again before I could answer, and I took it. For a fourth time, infinity blinked. And then I was in the emergency room, looking down on myself. I was covered in vomit from the charcoal and the pills, but I was still too deathly still. Most of the nurses and doctors were still walking out the door, but Rachel wasn't. She was crying openly now, making no effort to hide it. She reached for something. A needle, it looked like, or a syringe. What's she doing?
You'll see soon enough.
Robin said.
But that there? That's also love.
She held out her hand and once again said,
One more.
And I took it. And then we were in the parking lot of the same building. The rain was coming down harder than ever.
Turn around.
Robin said, and I did. And then I stopped. There were no words. It was my father in his car. He was holding a Bible up to his chest with both hands. He was crying in a way no child should ever have to see their father cry.
And that there? That's the kind of love that can move mountains.
I put my hand up against the window. He didn't seem to notice.
He can't see you, Brian. Not from there.
I wiped my eyes with the back of my hand. Okay, I get it. I fucked up. And then she released my hand, and all of a sudden we were back in the clouds again, under the stars. I wiped another tear before it fell. Well, so now what? It's too late for me to go back down there. I'm already gone. Robin took another step forward and said,
Maybe not.
And she put her hand on my temple. My eyes rolled back. And then I saw it. Rachel and I are on a beach. Our child is playing out in the surf, and the sun hits her hair just right. And for a moment, it's made of gold. And then the image fades, and another takes its place. A birthday party. I have silver hair at my temples, and Rachel does too, but it doesn't matter. Our little girl is turning 10. Then that image fades too, and is replaced by another, and another, and another, each yielding another moment where someone loved someone else enough for it to break through the clouds and be seen forever, even if the moment itself lasted only for a heartbeat. Finally, there's an image of Rachel and myself on the porch, as old as we are. And she holds my hand and says, I'm glad you didn't follow her. And I say back, me too. And I kiss her on the head. Then Robin pulls back her hand, and there we were again, standing out there in the clouds together. How did you do that? I asked. She shrugged.
Time has nearly no meaning in this place. I've been here for a while, Brian. And yet, the doctors haven't even left your operating room. Don't think too much about it. Just think about what you want.
That was that my future? She shrugged again.
Could be. I don't know what you saw, and I don't need to know. Was it enough?
I nodded, and she stepped forward again and said,
Then go and get it.
I'll miss you too damn much.
Well, there's nothing wrong with missing someone. That just means love lasted a little longer than what ignited it. So, go ahead and miss me. You owe me that much. Feel the loss. Stand up to the storm like a man and memorize the pain. And learn it inside and out. And let it roll over you in waves and run its course. And then, one day, you'll wake up and realize you have scar tissue where the skin used to be. And you'll be stronger than the grief ever was.
I can tell you've been working on that speech for a while.
Like I said, I've been here for a while.
And then she kissed me, one last time. And for the briefest moment, all the little scars and cuts and scrapes and nicks in my heart were filled up and made whole. And she said,
You're made up of the stars, kid. Now go light up the world.
And then she was gone. Rachel, I'm not gonna tell you again. But I shot upright before the doctor could finish the thought, and I gasped for air when I did and grabbed at my chest with more strength than I had in hours. There was a needle in it, a bolt of life to the heart. And Rachel broke down in tears when she saw me. Well, I'll be damned, the doctor said. Welcome back to the land of the living, son. And Rachel, she turned around. Good work, kid. Made me proud. And he left. And she turned back to me and tried to hide a smile while she did it.
Hey there. How are you feeling?
Better than dead. There was a pause before I added, Hey, I'm glad you got your win. She took my hand and squeezed it. And for a moment, she paused when she saw the scar below the wrist that looked like the result of fingernails digging through the flesh. But then she dismissed it and said,
I am too. And you'll get yours, okay? I promise you will.
I said, I know. And with that, she got up and left the room to go save someone else's life. While I took out my phone and opened up the most recent text and her reply, I am now.
Interesting.
This video may contain offensive language and be frightening to some viewers. Viewer discretion is recommended. Excerpt from a local newspaper. Ominous unknown killer is still at large. After weeks of unexplained murders, the ominous unknown killer is still on the rise. After little evidence has been found, a young boy states that he survived one of the killer's attacks and bravely tells his story. "I had a bad dream, and I woke up in the middle of the night," says the boy. "I saw that for some reason the window was open, even though I remember it being closed before I went to bed. I got up and shut it once more. Afterwards, I simply crawled under my covers and tried to get back to sleep. That's when I had a strange feeling, like someone was watching me. I looked up and nearly jumped out of my bed. There, in the little ray of light escaping from between my curtains, were a pair of eyes. They weren't regular eyes. They were dark, ominous eyes. They were bordered in black and just plain terrified me. That's when I saw his mouth, a long, horrendous smile that made every hair on my body stand up. The figure stood there, watching me. Finally, after what seemed like forever, he said it. A simple phrase, but said in a way only a madman could speak. He said, 'Go to sleep.' I let out a scream. That's what sent him at me. He pulled up a knife, aimed at my heart. He jumped on top of my bed. I fought him back. I kicked, I punched, I rolled around, trying to knock him off me. That's when my dad rushed in. The man threw the knife. It went into my dad's shoulder. The man likely would have finished him off if it wasn't for one of the neighbours who had alerted the police. They drove into the parking lot and ran towards the door. The man turned and ran down the hallway. I heard a smash, like glass breaking. As I came out of my room, I saw the window that was pointing towards the back of my house was broken. I looked out of it to see him vanish into the distance. I can tell you one thing. I will never forget that face. Those cold, evil eyes. And that psychotic smile. They will never leave my mind.
Creepy.
Police are still on the lookout for this man. If you see anyone that fits the description in this story, please contact your local police department. Jeff and his family had just moved into a new neighbourhood. His dad had got a promotion at work, and they thought it'd be best to live in one of those fancy neighbourhoods. Jeff and his brother Lou couldn't complain though. A new better house, what was not to love? As they were getting unpacked, one of their neighbours came by. "Hello," she said. "I'm Barbara. I live across the street from you. Well, I just wanted to introduce myself and to introduce my son." She turns around and calls her son over. "Billy, these are our new neighbours." Billy said hi and ran back to play in his yard. "Well, I'm Margaret," said Jeff's mum. "And this is my husband Peter, and my two sons, Jeff and Lou." They each introduced themselves, and then Barbara invited them to her son's birthday. Jeff and his brother were about to object when their mother said that they would love to. When Jeff and his family had done unpacking, Jeff went up to his mum. "Mum, why would you invite us to some random kid's party? If you haven't noticed, I'm not some dumb kid." "Jeff," said his mother, "we just moved here. We should show that we want to spend time with our neighbours. Now we're going to that party, and that's final." Jeff started to talk, but stopped himself, knowing that he couldn't do anything. It seemed like whenever his mum said something, it was final. He walked up to his room and plopped down on his bed. He sat there looking at his ceiling, when suddenly he got a weird feeling. Not so much a pain, but a weird feeling. He dismissed it. It was just some random feeling. He heard his mother calling him down to get his stuff, and he walked down to get it. The next day, Jeff walked down the stairs to get breakfast and to get ready for school. As he sat there eating his breakfast, he once again got that feeling. This time it was stronger. It gave him a slight tugging pain, but once again he dismissed it. As he and Lou finished breakfast, they walked down to the bus stop. They sat there waiting for the bus, and then, all of a sudden, some kid on a skateboard jumped over them, only inches away from their laps. They both jumped back in surprise. "Hey, what the hell?" The kid landed and turned back to them. He kicks his skateboard up and caught it with his hands. The kid seems to be about 12, 1 year younger than Jeff. He wears an Aeropostale shirt and ripped blue jeans. Well, well, well. It looks like we got some new meat. Suddenly 2 other kids appeared. One was super skinny and the other was huge. "Well, since you're new here, I'd like to introduce ourselves. Over there is Keith." Jeff and Lou looked over to the skinny kid. He had a dopey face that you'd expect a sidekick to have. "And here's Troy." They looked over to the fat kid. Talk about a tub of lard. This kid looked like he hadn't exercised since he was crawling. "And I," said the first kid, "am Randy. Now for all the kids in this neighbourhood, there is a small price for bus fare, if you catch my drift." Lou stood up, ready to punch the lights out of this kid's eyes when one of his friends pulled a knife on him. "I had hoped you'd be more cooperative, but it seems we must do this the hard way." The kid walked up to Lou and took his wallet out of his pocket. Jeff got that feeling again. Now it was truly strong, a burning sensation. He stood up, but Lou gestured him to sit down. Jeff ignored him and walked up to the kid. "Listen here, you little punk. Give back my bro's wallet or else." Randy put the wallet in his pocket and pulled out his own knife. "Oh? And what will you do?" Just as he finished the sentence, Jeff popped the kid in the nose. As Randy reached for his face, Jeff grabbed the kid's wrist and broke it. Randy screamed and Jeff grabbed the knife from his hand. Keith and Troy rushed at Jeff, but Jeff was too quick. He threw Randy to the ground. Keith lashed out at him, but Jeff ducked and stabbed him in the arm. Keith dropped his knife and fell to the ground screaming. Troy rushed him too, but Jeff didn't even need the knife. He just punched Troy straight in the stomach, and Troy went down. As he fell, he puked all over. Lou could do nothing but look in amazement at Jeff. "Jeff, how do you..." That was all he said. They saw the bus coming, and they knew they'd be blamed for the whole thing, so they started running as fast as they could. As they ran, they looked back and saw the bus driver rushing over to Randy and the others. As Jeff and Lou made it back to school, they didn't dare tell anyone what happened. All they did was sit and listen. Lou just thought of it as his brother beating up a few kids, but Jeff knew it was something more. It was something scary. As he got that feeling, he felt how powerful it was, the urge to just hurt someone. He didn't like how it sounded, but he couldn't help but feel happy. He felt that strange feeling go away, and stay away for the entire day of school. Even as he walked home, due to the whole thing happening near the bus stop, and how now he probably wouldn't be taking the bus anymore, he felt happy. When he got home, his parents asked him how his day was, and he said, in a somewhat ominous voice, "It was a wonderful day." Next morning, he heard a knock on his front door. He walked down to find 2 police officers at the door, his mother looking back at him with an angry look. "Jeff, these officers tell me you attacked 3 kids, that it wasn't regular fighting, and that they were stabbed. Stabbed, son." Jeff's gaze fell to the floor, showing his mother that it was true. "Mum, they were the ones who pulled the knives on me and Lou." "Son," said one of the officers, "we found 3 kids, 2 stabbed, 1 having a bruise on his stomach, and we have witnesses proving that you fled the scene. Now what does that tell us?" Jeff knew it was no use. He could say him and Lou had been attacked, but then there was no proof it was them who had not attacked first. They couldn't say that they weren't fleeing, because truth be told they were. So Jeff couldn't defend himself or Lou. Son, call down your brother. Jeff couldn't do it, since it was him who beat up all the kids. Sir, it was me. I was the one who beat up the kids. Lou tried to hold me back, but he couldn't stop me. The cop looked at his partner, and they both nod. Well, kid, looks like a year in juvie. Wait, said Lou. They all looked up to see him holding a knife. The officers pulled their guns and locked them on Lou. It was me. I beat up those little punks. I have the marks to prove it. He lifted up his sleeves to reveal cuts and bruises, as if he had been in a struggle. Son, just put the knife down, said the officer. Lou held up the knife and dropped it to the ground. He put his hands up and walked over to the cops. No, Lou, it was me. I did it. Jeff had tears running down his face. Huh? Poor bro. Trying to take the blame for what I did. Well, take me away. The police led Lou out to the patrol car. Lou, tell them it was me. Tell them. I was the one who beat up those kids. Jeff's mother put her hands on his shoulders. Jeff, please. You don't have to lie. We know it's Lou. You can stop. Jeff watched helplessly as the cop car speeds off with Lou inside. A few minutes later, Jeff's dad pulled into the driveway, seeing Jeff's face and knowing something was wrong. Son, what is it? Jeff couldn't answer. His vocal cords were strained from crying. Instead, Jeff's mother walked his father inside to break the bad news to him, as Jeff wept in the driveway. After an hour or so, Jeff walked back into the house, seeing that his parents were both shocked, sad, and disappointed. He couldn't look at them. He couldn't see how they thought of Lou when it was his fault. He just went to sleep, trying to get the whole thing off his mind. 2 days went by, with no word from Lou at the JDC. No friends to hang out with, nothing but sadness and guilt. This is until Saturday, when Jeff is woken up by his mother with a happy, sunshiny face. Jeff, it's the day, she said as she opened up the curtains and let light flood into his room. What? What's today? Groaned Jeff as he stirred awake. Why, it's Billy's party today. He was now fully awake. Mum, you're joking, right? You don't expect me to go to some kid's party after... There was a long pause. Jeff, we both know what happened. I think this party could be the thing that brightens up the past days. Now get dressed. Jeff's mother walked out of the room and downstairs to get ready herself. He fought himself to get up. He picked out a random shirt and a pair of jeans and walked downstairs. He saw his mother and father all dressed up, his mother in a dress and his father in a suit. He thought to himself, why would they ever wear such fancy clothes to a kid's party? Jeff, is that really what you're going to wear? Said Jeff's mum. Better than wearing too much, he said. His mother pushed down the urge to yell at him and hit it with a smile. Now Jeff, we might be overdressed, but this is how you go if you want to make an impression, said his father. Jeff grunted and went back up to his room. I don't have any fancy clothes, he yelled downstairs. Just pick out something, called his mother. He looked around in his closet for what he would call fancy. He found a pair of black dress pants he had for special occasions and an undershirt. He couldn't find a shirt to go with it though. He looked around and only found striped and patterned shirts, none of which go with dress pants. Finally, he found a white hoodie and put it on. You're wearing that? They both said. His mother looked at her watch. Oh, no time to change, let's just go, she said as she herded Jeff and his father out the door. They crossed the street over to Barbara and Billy's house. They knocked on the door, and at it appeared Barbara, just like his parents, way overdressed. As they walked inside, all Jeff could see were adults, no kids. The kids are out in the yard, Jeff. How about you go and meet some of them, said Barbara. Jeff walked outside to a yard full of kids. They were running around in weird cowboy costumes and shooting each other with plastic guns. He might as well be standing in a Toys R Us. Suddenly a kid came up to him and handed him a toy gun and hat. "Hey, wanna play?" he said. No kid. I'm way too old for this stuff." The kid looked at him with that weird puppy dog face. "Please?" said the kid. "Fine," said Jeff. He put on the hat and started to pretend to shoot the kids. At first he thought it was totally ridiculous, but then he started to actually have fun. It might not have been super cool, but it was the first time he had done something that had taken his mind off of Lou. So he played with the kids for a while, until he heard a noise. A weird rolling noise. Then it hit him. Randy, Troy and Keith all jumped over the fence on their skateboards. Jeff dropped the fake gun and ripped off the hat. Randy looked at Jeff with a burning hatred. "Hello, Jeff, is it?" he said. "We have some unfinished business." Jeff saw his bruised nose. "I think we're even. I beat the crap out of you and you got my brother sent to JDC. Randy got an angry look in his eyes. "Oh no, I don't go for even. I go for winning. You may have kicked our asses that one day, but not today." As he said that, Randy rushed at Jeff. They both fell to the ground. Randy punched Jeff in the nose and Jeff grabbed him by the ears and headbutted him. Jeff pushed Randy off of him and they both rose to their feet. Kids were screaming and parents were running out of the house. Troy and Keith both pulled guns out of their pockets. "No one interrupts us or guts will fly," they said. Randy pulled a knife on Jeff and stabbed him in the shoulder. Jeff screamed and fell to his knees. Randy started kicking him in the face. After 3 kicks, Jeff grabbed his foot and twisted it, causing Randy to fall on the ground. Jeff stood up and walked towards the back door. Troy grabbed him. "Need some help?" He picks Jeff up by the back of the collar and throws him through the patio door. As Jeff tries to stand, he is kicked down to the ground. Randy repeatedly starts kicking Jeff until he starts coughing up blood. "Come on, Jeff, fight me." He picks Jeff up and throws him into the kitchen. Randy sees a bottle of vodka on the counter and smashes the glass over Jeff's head. "Fight!" He throws Jeff back into the living room. "Come on, Jeff, look at me." Jeff glances up, his face riddled with blood. "I was the one who got your brother sent to JDC. And now you're just gonna sit here and let him rot in there for a whole year? You should be ashamed." Jeff starts to get up. "Oh, finally, you stand and fight." Jeff is now on his feet, blood and vodka on his face. Once again he gets that strange feeling, the one he hasn't felt for some time now. "Finally he's up," says Randy as he runs at Jeff. That's when it happens. Something inside of Jeff snaps. His psyche is destroyed. All rational thinking is gone. All he can do is kill. He grabs Randy and pile drives him to the ground. He gets on top of him and punches him straight in the heart. The punch causes Randy's heart to stop. As Randy gasps for breath, Jeff hammers down on him, punch after punch, blood gushing from Randy's body until he takes one final breath and dies. Everyone is looking at Jeff now. The parents, the crying kids, even Troy and Keith, although they easily break from their gaze and point their guns at Jeff. Jeff sees the guns trained on him and runs for the stairs. As he runs, Troy and Keith let out fire on him. Each shot missing, Jeff runs up the stairs. He hears Troy and Keith follow up behind. As they let out their final rounds of bullets, Jeff ducks into the bathroom. He grabs a towel rack and rips it off the wall. Troy and Keith race in, knives ready. Troy swings his knife at Jeff, who backs away and bangs the towel rack into Troy's face. Troy goes down hard, and now all that's left is Keith. He is more agile than Troy though, and ducks when Jeff swings the towel rack. He dropped the knife and grabbed Jeff by the neck. He pushed him into the wall. A bottle of bleach fell down on top of him from the top shelf. It burnt both of them, and they both started to scream. Jeff wiped his eyes as best as he could. He pulled back the towel rack and swung it straight into Keith's head. As he lay there bleeding to death, an ominous smile broke out on his face. "What's so funny?" asked Jeff. Keith pulled out a lighter and flicked it on. "What's funny," he said, "is that you're covered in bleach and alcohol." Jeff's eyes widened as Keith threw the lighter at him. As soon as the flame made contact with him, the flames ignited the alcohol in the vodka. While the alcohol burned him, the bleach bleached his skin. Jeff let out a terrible screech as he caught on fire. He tried to roll out the fire, but it was no use. The alcohol had made him a walking inferno. He ran down the hall and fell down the stairs. Everybody started screaming as they saw Jeff, now a man on fire, drop to the ground, nearly dead. The last thing Jeff saw was his mother and the other parents trying to extinguish the flames. That's when he passed out. When Jeff woke, he had a cast wrapped around his face. He couldn't see anything, but he felt a cast on his shoulder and stitches all over his body. He tried to stand up, but he realised there was some tube in his arm. And when he tried to get up, it fell out, and a nurse rushed in. "I don't think you can get out of bed just yet," she said as she put him back in his bed and reinserted the tube. Jeff sat there, with no vision, no idea of what his surroundings were. Finally, after hours, he heard his mother. "Honey, are you okay?" she asked. Jeff couldn't answer though. His face was covered, and he was unable to speak. "Oh, honey, I have some great news. After all the witnesses told the police that Randy confessed to trying to attack you, they decided to let Lou go." This made Jeff almost bolt up, stopping halfway, remembering the tube coming out of his arm. "He'll be out by tomorrow, and then you two will be able to be together again." Jeff's mother hugs Jeff and says her goodbyes. The next couple of weeks were those where Jeff was visited by his family. Then came the day where his bandages were to be removed. His family were all there to see it, what he would look like. As the doctors unwrapped the bandages from Jeff's face, everyone was on the edge of their seats. They waited until the last bandage holding the cover over his face was almost removed. "Let's hope for the best," said the doctor. He quickly pulls the cloth, letting the rest fall from Jeff's face. Jeff's mother screams at the sight of his face. Lou and Jeff's dad stare awestruck. What? What happened to my face?" Jeff said. He rushed out of bed and ran to the bathroom. He looked in the mirror and saw the cause of the distress.
All I can think
His
about
face.
is scene from
It's horrible.
Batman from 1989.
His lips were burnt to a deep shade of red. His face was turned into a purple-white colour, and his hair singed from brown to black. He slowly put his hand to his face. It had a sort of leathery feel to it now. He looked back at his family, then back at the mirror. "Jeff," said Lou, "it's not that bad." "Not that bad?" said Jeff. "It's perfect." His family were equally surprised. Jeff started laughing uncontrollably. His parents noticed that his left eye and hand were twitching. Jeff? Are you okay?" "Okay? I've never felt more happy." "Look at me. This face goes perfectly with me." He couldn't stop laughing. He was stroking his face, feeling it, looking at it in the mirror. What caused this? Well, you may recall that when Jeff was fighting Randy, something in his mind, his sanity snapped. Now he was left as a crazy killing machine. That is, his parents didn't know. "Doctor," said Jeff's mum, "is my son alright? You know, in the head?" "Oh yes, this behaviour is typical for patients who have taken large amounts of painkillers. If this behaviour doesn't change in a few weeks, bring him back here and we'll give him a psychological test." "Oh, thank you, doctor." Jeff's mother went over to Jeff. "Jeff, sweetie, it's time to go home." Jeff looks away from the mirror. His face still formed into a crazy smile. "'Kay, mummy." Unsettled, his mother took him by the shoulder to get his clothes. "This is what came in," said the lady at the desk. Jeff's mum looked down to see the black dress pants and white hoodie her son had worn. Now they were cleaned of blood and stitched back together. Jeff's mother led him to his room and helped him put his clothes on. Then they left, not knowing that this was their final day of life. Later that night, Jeff's mother woke to a sound coming from the bathroom. It sounded as if someone was crying. She slowly walked over to see what it was. When she looked into the bathroom, she saw a horrendous sight. Jeff had taken a knife and carved a smile into his cheeks. "Jeff, what are you doing?" asked his mother. Jeff looked over to his mother. "I couldn't keep smiling, Mummy. It hurt after a while. Now I can smile forever." Jeff's mother noticed his eyes ringed in black. "Jeff, your eyes." His eyes were seemingly never closing. "I couldn't see my face. I got tired and my eyes started to close. I burned off the eyelids so I could forever see myself, my new face." Jeff's mother slowly started to back away, seeing that her son was going insane. "What's wrong, Mummy? Aren't I beautiful?"
Creepy.
"Yes, son," she said. "Yes, you are. Let me go get Daddy so he can see your face." She ran into the room and shook Jeff's dad from his sleep. "Honey, get the gun, She stopped as she saw Jeff in the doorway, holding a knife. "Mummy, you lied." That's the last thing they would hear as Jeff rushes them with the knife, gutting both of them. His little brother Lou woke up, startled by some noise. He didn't hear anything else, so he just shut his eyes and tried to go back to sleep. As he was on the border of slumber, he got the strangest feeling that someone was watching him. He looked up. Before Jeff's hand covered his mouth, he slowly raised the knife, ready to plunge it into Lou. Lou thrashed here and there, trying to escape Jeff's grip. "Shh," Jeff said. "Just go to sleep."
Very creepy. interesting. Metallo. Sebastian use of his invulnerable aura? Hi, buddy. Come here. Come on, bud. This definitely felt like a classic episode from the Superman the animated series, in the best way possible. And the sun's coming up. There's their army. Hey, bud. Yeah, My Adventures of Superman's a good show too. I mean, highly recommended. Going to see if there's enough room for you. There you go. Buddy, come on. Go ahead. Love you guys too. If only that was enough. And next, buddy, come on. Go. Come on. Alright, now change things up. dive. Doomsday Clock is a deep dive. Such a Fallout quest. Deliver this head for us. Just talking to a head. Oh, Lucy. No, BB. Wait, no. Today's when. Hi, buddy. Oh, alright, just checking. Maybe it's not being loud enough for it. Hi, buddy. Buddy. Ugh. Gruesome. Pretty shot. Yeah, she gets closer to the irradiated water. Ah, that poor doe. That doe should know better. course, the only thing it takes is the head. Every single one, you lacks enthusiasm. I feel that. Come here, Max. Come on. Hi, sweetie. Come on. Here you go. Come on. She demanded to be between my legs, which is where Fox is. No, he is not. According to this, it's everything's working, so. That's some good VFX, or yeah, some good CG right there. Sorry. Great scream. Oh. Aw. Doggo clean off his master's head. The head. Just cruel. It's old stomping grounds. Episodes 2 and 3 really are just not as good as 1 and 4. 1 and 4 are brilliant. Absolutely. Jonathan Nolan is just killing it in with this series. I'm gonna call it here for now. I need to. Anyways, thanks for hanging out.